Carson. Let's play it. I had the strangest dream. I was playing a character class. I definitely saw something that was not Twitch friendly. I'm just hoping I closed it out on time. Like I said, didn't realize it was that type of game. So, do I want to be like... Let's be a bean slinger. I think I was a cow puncher my last time. Let's be a bean slinger this time. Magic and cooking are inextricably intertwined in Loathing, and the bean slinger is the mystical master of both. You've heard there's a shortage of cooks out west since the cows came home, due to most of the cooks having been brutally killed by the cows. Alright. This weird poster appeared here one night. You read the spine of one of your books. Walt Jones and the Incident at Grizzly Barn. Rufus liked this one as much as I did. Becky Jones and the Secret of the Eerie Citadel. I love that one. Dan Brown and the Old Gulch. I love that one. Is anybody here familiar with Kingdom of Loathing or West of Loathing? Trouble at Vampire Castle. Mom gave me this one years ago. Becky Jones and the Black Cabin. The Treasure of Zombie Prison. Haha! Walking Stupid! Let's read it! Stupid Walking. Nice. You accidentally drop the book and then ruin it by stepping on it 30 times while you're trying to pick it up. Now, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Stupid Walking. On. On. Show combat grid. Let's fine. Let's turn on nerd mode. Oh god, no. Can't do it. Look guys, it changes the typeface of the game to Arial. Please don't do this. I can't, guys. I can't. I'm sorry. I like Arial actually. I'm weird, but not for this game. Colorblind mode. You never know. You want to see how great colorblind mode is? Look at that, guys. Fantastic colorblind mode right there. Let's play in nostalgia mode? Nah, it's not. Goodbye, phonograph. Turn it off. You pull the needle away from the cylinder and store the handle away. Comb hair. You comb your hair one last time. You gain 1 EXP. Progress towards the next skill up. 1 out of 5. Hey, Russell. How you doing? Ah. I'm gonna miss you, buddy. Caw, caw, caw. Feed Russell a cricket. You grab a cricket from your cricket bag and feed it to Russell. He coos appreciatively and nuzzles your hand. Maybe it's time for you to leave, too. You open your bedroom window, not pictured, and unlatch the door to Russell's cage. He winks at you, caws one last time, and flies away to the west. It's time to hit the trail. Yeah, I used to play Kingdom of Loathing, I don't know, ages ago, and look at Stupid Walking. Stupid Walking is the best. You gain 1 EXP. This hearth really puts the hearth in home. No kidding. You're gonna miss Mom's cooking. Nothing on the hat rack today. It's Mom's pie safe. It keeps all her pies safe. You'll miss meals with the family. Your little brother's room. Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica. I think this is about math, maybe? Lasungen Ulber. I'm butchering this. I'm so sorry. I'm not even gonna try that one. Stupid walking is the best. That hat doesn't fit you, Dad. I'll grow into it. It's time for me to leave. His lip quivers a little. Listen, I want you to have this. It's grandmother's favorite can of beans. You got an item. Can of infinite beans. Thank him. Thanks, Dad. Good luck out there. Be sure to say goodbye to your mother. I will. Goodbye, Dad. What does the can of infinite beans do? You'd think a can with an unlimited number of beans in it would be really exciting, but these beans are pretty terrible. It's a pretty cool thing to carry around, though. This item goes into your offhand. +1 to spell damage, +1 to muscle, and +1 to moxie. Fiddle with it. Your brother already had it most of the way solved, but you figured out the last couple of moves. You gain 1 XP. Hooray! It's a Hig stick. Dig through it. Hey, it's a needle! Automatically spin allows the game to level up your skills for you. It attempts to create a well-rounded character. Nah, I want to do it myself. Your brother Rufus is standing here looking nervous. He's pretty good at looking nervous. Ironically, I actually took German. And it was my favorite language that I took. But since I also took Spanish and studied a little bit of Latin on my own, my brain kind of sometimes confuses all the pronunciations. And also, those were complicated words. And I loved learning languages. I'm just not very good at it. I don't do any retention, apparently, very much. So, yeah. Yeah, I took Spanish, then German, then Spanish. And, like I said, studied a little Latin with my sister. I'm gonna give him his puzzle back. You hand him the puzzle and he starts fidgeting with it. Say goodbye. Hey, Rufus, it's time for me to head west. I still don't understand why you're leaving. He's got a point, you know. Why are you going west anyways? To help people? To seek my fortune? To get off this stupid farm? To help people. I want to help people. You've read the papers, Rufus. The people out west are in trouble. They need all the help they can get. But it's so dangerous. 60% of the people who go west get killed within a year. And that's the statistic from before the cows came home. I'll be okay. You worry about taking care of Mom and Dad, and I'll worry about me. Okay, if you say so. I still think you'll be dead by Crimbo. I miss you, Rufus. Okay, you give him a playful punch on the arm. Your mom smiles warmly as you approach. I'm leaving now, Mom. We're gonna miss you, kiddo. And before you leave, I got you a present. A present? Yep, it's that book you wanted for Crimbo. I know it's early, but it's the one about picking locks? Oh boy. The one about desert survival? Oh boy. The one about birding? Oh boy. Oh, this is always a hard choice. I'm gonna go with picking locks. That's the one. Enjoy it. You got an item. Locks and how to pick them. Please be careful out there. Write us a letter when you can. She hugs you. I will, Mom. Goodbye. Locks and how to pick them. This book is a comprehensive guide to advanced lockpicking techniques. It's got a whole chapter on tumblers. Gives you the lockpicking expertise skill. After you're done reading it, you donate it to a local orphanage. Soon, those orphans won't be able to make their escape. Go, orphans, go! Needle. It's not for sewing. It's for picking locks. No time to screwing around in the woods. Time to head west. Okay, I think I've done everything I can do here. Go west, young one. Looks like this isn't your first rodeo. Would you like to skip the Brewing Springs prologue and head straight to Dirtwater? Any horses or partners you've unlocked in a previous game will be available to you, and you'll start with 879 meat and some of the most important items from Boring Springs. You know, I think I'll play the prologue again just because it's been a while. And plus it's fun for a stream. Hitching a ride across the Great Plains. I'm not gonna skip the opening credits. Watch my stick figure me do things. On a cart. Dialect coach. "200 miles later." Well, the bad news is you fell off that cart and got knocked out for a couple hours, and now you've got no ride, no meat, and no prospects. The good news is that you're in a town rather than in a gulch somewhere. Not much of a town, though. Get turnip. I'm Hick Mosey in here. You've got a broken board. A sign on the board reads, "Gone drinking." As you walk into the saloon, the crazy-eyed guy sitting in the left of the door shrieks and waves at you to get your attention. "Hey, where's your hat, dagnabbit?" "Well, yeah, I can't drink in here without a hat. 'Tain't proper." He points to the take a hat, leave a hat box next to the door. Check out the box. You look through the hat box and find a magical black Stetson. That looks like something you'd wear. Barely enchanted hat. You grab the hat and put it on. "Thanks, Pete!" "Thanks, Pete." He gives you a friendly, if somewhat twitchy nod. "Say, gal." "Yeah?" "You heading west? If you want some company, I'd be more than happy to come along. Just let me know." "Well, no pressure." "All right, I'll keep it in mind." Yes, I'm doing the spit bucket. Gotta do it. It's a spitoon. People spit into it. You know without even looking in it that it's absolutely disgusting. Look into it. Yep, it's full of spit. Regular spit, gross tobacco spit, chewing gum, and it looks like even a few teeth as well. It's disgusting. And the smell. Even from a distance it smells horrible. Look closer. You are now on your hands and knees, peering into a filth-encrusted spittoon. I don't understand what is wrong with you. Wait, is there something shining at the bottom? Get it. You reach your hand towards the spittoon. Even before you touch it, you can feel the grossness in the air, like a greasy fog enveloping the stinking brass horror. It smells like the vomit trough at a mesquite barbecue eating contest. You hesitate. Never surrender! You plunge your hand into the awful soup. It makes a sound like glop. Your skin is burning. Your eyes start to water. Search. Your fingers make contact with something. You pull your hand out of the devil's tureen slowly, not daring to risk splashing the contents all over yourself. You appear to have gotten some kind of ring. Probably some kind of disease as well. Congratulations. You got an item, nasty ring. Hooray. Let's check out what our nasty ring does. My barely enchanted hat. Don't be fooled by all the stars. This ain't got much magic in it. +1 mysticality. My broken board. Speak softly and carry a crude stick. Damage of 3 to 4. My nasty ring. Though getting this ring was traumatic, you have to admit that it was worth it. +1 muscle, +1 mysticality, and +1 moxie. A dusty turnip. Turnip covered in grit. Increases your muscle, mysticality, and moxie by 1 for the rest of the day. Z. These two are playing poker, or at least trying to. They keep looking back and forth from their hands to the how to play poker card that came with their deck, biting their lips and concentrating really hard. Good luck, you two. You look up to the bar and wait patiently for the bartender to notice you. While you're waiting, you see a sign taped to the back of the wall reading, "Reward for lost mugs, 25 mead each." Keep waiting. The bartender finally notices you. "Howdy, cowgirl." "Howdy, barkeep. Name's Kitty. What brings you to our little backwater?" "Oh, the usual. I came out west to make my fortune. Not having much luck so far, though. Any work around these parts?" "Unfortunately, Boring Springs already has more people in it than jobs. It's more of an errand town, if you catch my meaning. If you're looking for a real job, I recommend taking the railroad people up by Dirtwater." "Ask about the railroad." "The railroad?" "The Manifest Destiny Railroad Company from back east. They're trying to run a line to Frisco and having a heck of a time doing so. And they're hiring?" "Oh, I reckon they're always hiring for one thing or another. Big company like that." "Ask about Dirtwater." "Dirtwater is interesting. It's far enough west that it's still more or less exempt from the rule of law, but not so far west that it's been burned to the ground by the damn cows. Lots of opportunities there." She pauses for a second, lost in thought. "Yep, if I were a Wonder Woman, I'd probably head that way myself." "Ask about errands." "You mentioned errands. Yeah, this forsaken burg is always falling apart in one way or another. A hostler's always needing help since he hurt his leg, and that no-account sheriff could certainly stand to have somebody doing his job for him. Anything else?" "Well, I've got a goblin loose in the basement. Some cowpoking from Gulch didn't wipe his boots off and got spores everywhere." "I can probably handle a goblin." "Much obliged. I'll unlock the basement door for you. Oh, and you'll need this." "I'll take care of it." Weak fungicide. Liquid in this can is actually very powerful. It's just that it's tailored to kill weak fungi. This item is used in combat. Alright, sleep well, Kit. Who's that fellow at this bar next to me? Well, maybe you should ask him yourself, seeing as he's right here, won't bite you. Who's the lady drinking whiskey out of a beer mug? That's Susie. She's a rancher from nearby, a real tough broad. I ain't recommend you pester her. Why is that? Lost our whole family to a cow attack recently. Got some pent-up frustrations about it. Ouch. I just thought I'd say howdy. Howdy, I'm Kit. Hi, Kitty. I'm Horace. Nice to meet you. What you do? I'm the town hostler. How's that working out for you? Oh, those horses just flying out the door. So, the business is booming? Nice. No, I mean the horses keep running away. I haven't sold one in ages. Oh, is that why you're here drinking instead? Yep. And me being here drinking instead of watching the horses is probably how they keep escaping. It's one of those vicious cycle things. Well, I'm in need of a horse. Do you have any left? One, kind of a boring one, but it's got 4 legs and a back to sit on. Come see me at the table. I'll be happy to show it to you. The woman glares at you. Howdy, Susie. Howdy, cowgirl who's gonna be searching the spitoon for her teeth if she don't leave me in peace. Okay, bye-bye then. Wanted for bird theft. Naked Mike Berenstein. Wanted poster artist. Applying person at the human marshal's office. Wanted Bimmy Fricker for face thieving. Howdy, stranger watching Boring Springs. I'm the sheriff in these parts. A what? He sighs. The sheriff, okay. Blasting sign painters. Say, you wouldn't happen to be looking for work, would you? As a matter of fact, I am. Great, because I happen to have some. There's a gang of hoodlums around here who call themselves the Fricker Gang. Last time I arrested one of them, they busted him out and took my cell door with them. It ain't, it ain't much good without the door. And I need somebody tough, smart, and or slick to go fetch it back for me. Why don't you do it? You're the sheriff after all. I gotta stay here and practice my chair tipping. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Funny you should say that, because I'm sending the deputy along with you to keep you out of trouble. He takes a pistol out of his desk and hands it to you. Deputy, you deputized a gun? You're new in town, maybe you ain't noticed, but there ain't much to do here except drink. Here, let me write down where the Fricker Gang's hideout is for you. He makes a little note on your map. Got it. I'll be back with the door. Grab it. Howdy, Cactus Man. Howdy yourself, and the name's Bill. Cactus Bill. What happened to you, Bill? Well, to be honest, partner, I drank too much cactus beer, and it turned me into a cactus. Doc Ellis warned me this would happen, but I didn't listen. And that's why they call you Cactus Bill? No, that's just a coincidence. Oh, does it hurt? Does what hurt? You know, being a cactus? Oh, ha ha, no, it's actually kind of nice. The natural fermentation processes and the cactus part of me keep me pretty drunk most of the time. I guess it is a mud boring. Yeah, I bet. It wouldn't be so bad if I had something to read. You don't happen to have a newspaper or anything, do you? No, sorry. Well, if you happen to find one, keep me in mind. Will do, Bill. Will do. Step right up, Braid's the name and trades the game. You seriously doubt that Braid is the name. Howdy, Braid. What are you trading? Well, madame, today I'm trading locks for soap and a stick of dynamite for a needle. And to the cunning Skinner who brings me 3 rattleskin hides, well, to that adventurous soul, I will trade a fine silver pocket watch. No trades right now, thanks. I just want to see what I got going on here. Nope. Oh. Afternoon, ma'am. What can I do for you? How's business? Oh, you know, every day I'm hustling. To tell you the truth, though, it's pretty terrible. All my horses keep running away. Well, except for this completely ordinary one. That's rough. Maybe I can help? Oh, God, yes. Thank you, please. I'll go fetch them myself, except for this injury. I'll give you 300 meat each for finding them. How many are there? 3. Here, let me see your map. They pretty much always run away to the same places. Why these places? I think they like the environments that are thematically appropriate. Here, when you find one, feed it some of these oats. That should send it back here. Got a bag of homing oats. How does that work? They're special pigeon-infused oats. Okay, will do. See you later. Welcome back, Ragnum. I got a needle. I got a needle. Let's go hand in this mug. Thanks. Just thought I'd say howdy. Gonna go defeat the goblin. I guess we never established your age. Good thing the legal drinking age here is can reach the top of the bar. The goblin shouts, "Bree-yark!" Attack the goblin. The goblin's fungal flesh disintegrates and it suffers 25 damage. A goblin is defeated. Having dispatched the goblin, you pat yourself on the back for a job well done. Head back upstairs. Alright. Let's see. Unspent XP is 6. Level up, get up and get her done. The higher this is, the quicker you are. Appreciation of the finer things in life. As it increases, you'll be able to consume more cocktails, and you'll also be able to afford them. Meat gains. Huh. The extent to which you are truly gritty, the higher it is, the tougher you'll be. You got Moxie, kid, and this is how much of it. Moxie affects how much damage you deal when shooting, how much damage you take when getting shot. This is your mysticality. It affects the damage you do with spells, and the amount of damage you take from spells and elemental attacks from bad guys. Muscle is a measure of how beefy you are. It affects how much damage you do when you hit stuff and how much damage you take when you get hit. You tamper with the forces of nature, making yourself a force of nature. Outfoxing. You're smarter than a box of rocks. Lockpicking expertise. So know me, this game there was a game by this company called Kingdom of Loathing that was a browser-based game when I was in high school. And I played it some in high school and some in college, and then they came out for this game, and it was on the Switch, and so I bought it. And then I also bought it on Steam. So clearly, I like this game. It's just shenanigans. It's literally shenanigans. I don't know what else to tell you. Summon a lava beam made of boiling lava and hurling it at your unsuspecting foes. I got the perk Stupid Walking, which affects how I walk around the game, and I love it. I love it. I love everything about it. I took care of that goblin for you. Thank you kindly, kitty. I knew you was a stand-up gal the moment you walked in here. Here's you go. It's the least I can do by way of thanks. Just thought I'd say howdy. Let's go give this newspaper to my friend Cactus Bill over here. Oh, what? I picked up a newspaper. I did. What happened? Okay, now I've got a newspaper. Layla. Well, Purple, I'm stupid walking. So, how's your life? Much obliged, partner. Now let's see here. What can I do to return the favor? Oh, I know my shovel. I left it behind the outhouse at Orhel Mine. It's yours if you go and get it. I'm sure you'll find a use for it. Behind the outhouse at Orhel Mine. Got it. Thanks, Bill. Now don't mention it. Now if you could just kind of stick that newspaper to my face before you leave. Time. You're not allowed in Topeka anymore, remember? Let's see. I gotta go to Orhel Mine to get myself a shovel. Go back to town really quick. I found this mug. Okay, let's see. For a sorcerer type, I mean, obviously, mysticality is important. But this one's also really good. I got some meat. Oh, got another mug. Oh, that's right. Blasting cap, storage, plungers, tools. Got a nice crowbar. This looks dangerous. At least there's no plunger hooked up to it. Fighting against your instincts for self-preservation, you've hooked up a plunger and strung it a fair distance away. You forgot to hook up a blasting cap. The period is part of the label. That's why it's inside of the quotes like that. Okay, you've succeeded in putting yourself in great danger. The crowbar is one of nature's simplest machines. It's exactly what you want on your side if the thing has a lid and you don't want it to have a lid anymore. Got that? Hello, horse. Approach her. Hello there, girl. It's okay, I'm a friend. Winnie. The horse shies away from you, though in this case it's more like cripplingly introverted is away from you. Reassure her. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Look, I brought some oats for you. They aren't poison or anything. In retrospect, I guess that wasn't a very comforting thing to say. Feed her the oats. Here you go, yum yum. She sidles away from you warily and makes a surprisingly good attempt at hiding in her own shadow. Come on, please. Pat her on the nose. As you reach out to pat her nose, the horse ducks and steps further back into the shadows. Oh, come on. Look, they're fine, okay? See, you take a handful from the bag and toss them in your mouth. Ugh, it's like the roughest, blandest breakfast cereal you've ever eaten. Still, it's better than dry cat food. Don't ask. You smile to show the horse you're fine and realize that you've unconsciously turned around and walked out the door. Geez, these are powerful. The horse looks at you warily as you re-enter with a cheerful wave. See? Perfectly fine. Horse hunches her shoulders and seems to shrink slightly as you pat her nose, but she doesn't actually flee, so that's something. That's a good girl. Winnie? Feed her the horse. The horse finally seems relaxed enough around you, so you offer her the handful of the oats. Begrudgingly, she eats them. Then she gestures at something behind you. You turn around to look, but don't see anything. When you turn back, she's gone. Well, okay then. No, go back down. I wanna dig through this bucket. Let's go hand in my mug. I don't know how you spotted her hiding in that mine, but thanks for sending back my dark horse. Sure thing. You said something earlier about an injury? Yeah, I busted my knee while mucking out the showroom. Don't ask how, it's embarrassing. I was gonna get Doc Alice to have a look at it, but she gave up doctoring. Why'd she do that? Nobody knows. She just shut herself up in the office. She said she won't talk to anyone except Nurse Whiskey. Is that an actual nurse, or... I'm pretty sure she was being sarcastic. I see. Oh, hey, I have some Nurse Whiskey. I found this mug. That's because I got the book Silly Walks earlier. So you always read the bookshelves because you can get books that unlock skills if you read enough of them. And I unlocked Silly Walks and I turned it on because Silly Walks is one of my favorite parts about this game. Get lost. Offer whiskey. Whiskey delivery for you, Doc. What brand? Nurse whiskey. Your favorite, I'm led to believe. Didn't know she made house calls. Alright, hold on. You hear a rattle as she unlocks the door. Enter the house. That is a large amount of TNT stacked next to the fire. Wow, shouldn't this be further away from the fireplace? See, my thoughts exactly. Stove is spotless. Either she's really compulsive about cleaning, or she never will. Hey, Doc, can I look in your books? Not until you give me that whiskey I promised. Preen a little. I'm unplucking my eyebrows at somebody else's house. Doc Alice looks to be about in her 50s. Her hair is graying and her face is lined, but her eyes are still clear and sharp, if bloodshot. She holds out her hand. Whiskey, stat. Don't give it to her. She scowls at you. What the hell did I let you in here for? A shrug. She cracks open the whiskey and fills the small flask she takes out of her pocket. Then she puts the flask back in her pocket and starts chugging out of the bottle. Geez, Doc, that doesn't seem healthy. Who's the doctor here? Me or you? Point taken. Sure, if you want to. Not that gonna do any much good in this doomed, forsaken hellhole. You should try to be less cheerful, Doc. Oh, so which book do we want to read, guys? Do we want to read... Because I don't know if I get to read more than one. Do we want to read The Legend of Curly's Meat? The Life and Works of Fred Ferguson? Or The Goblinoid Tongues? Primer. I'm gonna wait, see if anybody has any feedback, and then choose one. Alright, I'm gonna go with Goblinoid Tongues. Oh, well, see? There we go. Goblinoid Tongues for sure. You start... Oh, look, I get to read more than one. You start flipping through the Goblin language book. It's confusing at first, but you eventually get so engrossed that by the time you take a break from reading, several blurfs have passed, and you also know that blurf is the Goblin word for hour. You have learned to speak Goblin. Sort of. The Legend of Curly's Meat. The book tells of the story of a legendary treasure, a massive chest full of premium meat secreted, in the hidden sense, not in the extruded sense, in the western desert by an old cowhand named Curly Butterfield. Leaf through the life and works of Fred Ferguson. This book purports to be a civil surgeon's autobiography, but flipping through it, you mostly just find lists of reasons that drinking alcohol is bad. So it's actually a work of ludicrous speculative fiction. Ha ha! Know me? I know you'll like that one. At least there are some useful appendices in the back, and some diagrams of appendices. Make like a tree and leaf. Doc Alice continues to pour whiskey down her neck, occasionally stopping to breathe. Is everything alright? That depends on how fast I can get whiskey into my bloodstream compared to how fast my liver filters it out. And I can't talk and drink at the same time, so she glares at you meaningfully. So what's the matter, Doc? What's the matter? The whole world's gone to hell in a horse cat, and you ask me, what's the matter? Bandits, cow demons, dead man walking. Why don't you go ahead and pick one, and I'll drink to that. Well, okay, yeah, this girl does take it to a little bit of an extreme. Dead man walking? You haven't seen it? Corpses and skeletons staggering around like puppets with half their strength cut. Looking to take a bite out of the living? Nope. Well, just count your lucky stars and stay out of the town cemetery then. Alright, let's go to Thousand Snakes Gulch next. This snake looks sleepy, but not that sleepy. Let's do it! Fight it! Lava Fava! You blast the sleepy rattlesnake using Mysticality with a Lava Fava, dealing 11 hot damage. A sleepy rattlesnake is defeated. You have slain a snake. Before long, they'll call you Snake Murdering Kitty. Okay. I feel like that's a good choice. And I really feel like this is a good choice because I need more AP if I'm gonna have to be casting spells. Another snake? Well, I guess it's not called One Snake Gulch. Lava Fava! Oh no, I hate being poisoned. You made short work of that long snake. Ha ha. Oh, I forgot to read the tagline. Angry rattlesnake. I hate poison. Poison is so fucking... Urgh. I might die. Oh good, I survived. Nice work. If the whole cowgirl thing doesn't work out, you could always get a job as a snake exterminator. Yup. Okay, like... Okay, there we go. There's my second AP. So, maximum AP 2. Good. Yipes. The horse has gone snake crazy! Or maybe he was some other kind of crazy before? Approach him. Hey there, boy. Hey, fella. I'm a friend, okay? It's cool, alright. Be cool. Don't freak out on me. Pat his nose. I don't want to look him in the eyes. You carefully and gently pat the horse's nose. He twitches a bit, okay, a lot, but seems you recognize that you aren't going to eat his eyes, or suck out his soul, or whatever madness is bouncing around in that skull of his. That's a good boy. Look him in the eyes. You calmly look the horse in the eyes. One of them is fixed in a glassy, 1,000-yard stare, and the other is revolving madly in his socket like he's thinking of trying to escape in every direction simultaneously. He looks to be calming down a little now that it's clear you aren't actually made of spiders, though. I hope not. Feed him the oats. Are you hungry, boy? I've got a little treat for you. Snurf. You feed the crazy horse some of the homing notes, and it gallops away with a whinny, or rather a whirargle. Hopefully he's headed home and not into the 12th dimension. Okay. Let's go back to town just to get my money. Thanks for finding my crazy horse. He was eating loco weed again, wasn't he? Not that I noticed. Afternoon, ma'am. What can I get for you? Just browsing, thanks. The horse has the look of someone who has seen the madness that dances on the other side of the void. Our founder, Zephaniah Boring. He was actually a really interesting guy. Oh, here, look, I found another mug. Benjamin Crockett? He showed up way too early. Oh, yeah. 1320 to 1364, and it was founded in 1806. Beauregard Skeleton, Captain, 3rd Cavalry. Dig up the grave. Dig up the grave! Got the jump on him. Lava Baba! Lava Baba! You've put a stop to Captain Skeleton's unnatural animation. You got an item, Old Cavalry Saber. You've got an item, Gold Tooth. Sweet! This was in the ground for a very long time, and then was in someone's mouth for a very short time, and now it's in your backpack. Old Cavalry Saber. So I've gotta, yeah, definitely put that. Deputy Pistol. Crowbar. So damage 5 to 6, damage 4 to 5. I think that's a pretty good setup. A skeleton? You're not getting past it without a scuffle. Scuffle it is! Got the jump on him. Lava Baba! Negative 2 HP. A skeleton collapses into a pile of loose bones. Oh, let's see what my HP is at. I've got 17 HP. I feel like I wanna... I mean, it's a good... They always give you one pretty good ability for the start of the game. But keep in mind that normally I can only use that once at the very beginning of the game, because you only have 1 AP. I just upped my gumption until I had 2. Trying to decide if I give myself more magic or if I try to up my grit and glamour a little so I have more HP. Neat. Grit is important. So I'll get 10 more HP if I up one. I think I want my mysticality to be a base of like 3 at least though. So let's start this. That guy wouldn't stay put. Hi, Ghost Horsey. Your pulse quickens as you get near that spooky, translucent horse. You approach the weird, semi-transparent horse cautiously so as to not startle her, though you quickly come to the realization that this is not a horse that startles easily. Hello there. Hi. I'm a friend, okay? Hey. That's a little strange. How did you do that without opening your mouth? Pat her on the nose. You pat the horse's nose, which is very cold. If you were going to ride her, you would want an extra saddle blanket to keep your butt from freezing. Pat her on the nose again. Yep, still cold. Brr. Pat her on the nose again. Yet still curled. Brrr! More R's there. Oh, how many R's can we get? You get the idea. That amuses me. Alright. Feed her the oats. Here you go, girl. Have some oats. You hold out a handful of oats for the horse. But she just sort of stares right through you. Brr. Please don't look at me like that. You hold out the oats again, but the horse continues to ignore them. What's the matter? Are they not spooky enough? I'm not sure how to make oats spooky. I guess I could put some bone meal on them, but I don't have anything handy to grind up bones with. Grave dirt? Is that a yes? Weird. Okay. Add some grave dirt to the oats. You sprinkle the oats with just a little bit of grave dirt, then hold them out again. The horse gazes expressionlessly at them, then eats them. And with that, she glides away in the direction of town. Bizarre. Timothy Cochran, devoted husband. Elizabeth Cochran, beloved daughter. Silas Cochran, a baby. Isn't Doc Alice's last name Cochran? Looks like my pale horse made it back safe. Thanks for your help anytime. That's all of them. I can't thank you enough. Here's a little extra for you. He literally paid me 1,000 meat. Guys, I would like to point this out, to get all 3 of the horses. And the horses cost 1,000 meat. Thanks. Afternoon, ma'am. What can I do for you? Can you sell me a horse? Sure thing. I should warn you, though. Horses get mighty attached to their riders. Once you bought one, you won't be able to change your mind later. Which one are you interested? I'll go with the spooky pale one. Good choice. That's a good horse if you like that sort of thing. What sort of thing? You know, spooky stuff. Spooky stuff? I don't want to get into particulars. Let's just say she sets a certain tone. Let me look at the other options again. I'll take that shifty-looking dark one. Good choice. She's a sneaky one. When you say sneaky, she's real quiet and she likes dark places. Yeah, I remember. And just look how she's trying to hide behind the other horse there. Let me look at the other options again. Give me one with crazy eyes. Okay, I gotta warn you. This here has seen some stuff. Is something wrong with him? No, not as such. He's perfectly functional. But, you know, he's always sneaking off to Thousand Snakes Gulch to chew down on the local weed that grows there. And that makes him see crazy things. I think it's more like he does it to forget about the crazy things he sees all the time anyways. Let me think on it. Actually, there is a difference to the horses I actually want to look. So give me 1 second. List of loathing horses. I gotta do another thing anyway, so I'll get out of here, go hand a mug back. So if I get the normal horse, there's no effect. If I get the pale horse, I get additional random undead and next mex books encounters. Dark horse, option to run from most random encounters, disabled in hard mode. Reason being scared of the hard hat's appearance. Actually, thanks. What mode did I say this in? And crazy horse more likely to trigger random event and locate locations faster. What is a Next book? Necromancy. Nice. Anyways, I'm probably gonna do the horsey. The pale one. Just because she sounds the most fun. I don't think I've done any of the special horses before. Oh yeah, they was a skeleton in the cemetery. It's nice to get some outside confirmation that I'm not losing my damn mind. But how is that even possible? It is impossible. It goes against everything I know about medicine. Dead patients don't get back up. Patients... Oh. Ouch. Doc Alice turns away, grimacing. Every doctor loses one now and again. You never get used to it, but, well, it happens. But what doesn't happen is then coming back afterwards and looking for revenge. That must be pretty rough. Rough, Missy, I don't think you comprehend the situation. It's not just patients, it's neighbors, friends, husbands. Oh, indeed. She turns away from you and focuses her attention back on the bottle. Do you have any idea what's causing the resurrections? Well, I heard a rumor. A rumor, what is it? It's when you get incomplete information from an unverified source. Well played. Anyways, what I heard is there's a fellow out west that's causing it. A necromancer, they call him. Supposedly, he's sending magic out into the world somehow. Magic like the bean slingers use? I never heard of any bean slingers raising the dead, have you? Her scowl deepens. That'd be one hell of a can of beans. What's the deal with all the TNT? It's so when I feel like I'm about to go, I can blow myself into bits. So small, there won't be nothing left to come back. That seems drastic. Drastic hell, no way am I taking the risk of becoming one of those things. Fair enough, I suppose. About that necromancer. Assuming he exists, what about him? Well, maybe somebody ought to try and stop him. Doc Alice gives you a sharp look. You? Because I know you ain't talking about me. Why not you? A gray-haired old woman that knows as much about fighting as a squirrel knows about surgery? Did you hit your head on a bar stool, kid? You aren't that old. And if I were going to pick someone to go up against a necromancer, it'd be someone who also knows about death, but in a scientific way? A doctor, right? Doc Alice stares hard at you and takes a swig from her bottle, saying nothing. And it sounds to me like you've got plenty of motivation to get the job done for your friends and everyone. She continues to look at you. You can see the gears turning in your heads. It beats doing nothing anyway. Beats locking yourself in a house full of TNT and drinking yourself to death. You ain't even doing any doctoring anymore. She winces and looks away, then she shakes her head slowly. You seriously expect me to ride out west by myself, chasing a rumor? It doesn't have to be by yourself. I'm heading west too. Tag along with me and maybe we can find the guy and put a stop to him. It's crazy. Impossible. Impossible like raising the dead is impossible? Alice crosses her arms and regards you thoughtfully. A spark slowly brightens in her eye. All right, kid, what the hell? Let's give it a shot. Cool. Okay, last thing I need to do is go here. Let me just... Ah! That's not what I wanted to do. Control options. Okay. I guess it just auto-saves. Thud Fricker. The Fricker gang's intrepid lookout appears to be taking a little nap. Do I wake him up, just shoot him, or ignore him? You know what? I think I'm strong enough. Let's wake him up. You poke Thud with your boot. He slowly gets to his feet. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. Thought is, well, let's say he's no Rhodes Scholar if we assume that it's 7 years from now and that idiom makes sense. You feel bad about the idea of killing him. Walk away, Thud. Thud, you don't want this life. Take a perk. Take a hike. Okay, you're probably right. Thud stumbles off into the desert. Probably be fine. You got a perk. Honorable. Yes! Honorable options will be available in some situations. You've got a strong moral compass and an accurate ethical protractor. An accurate ethical protractor. That's a pretty good one. Oh, I don't have foraging, so I can't harvest the beer cactus. It's a pile of random stuff the Fricker gang stole. Finders keepers. 25 meat, a recovered mug, and a pair of silver cufflinks. If you wore fancier shirts, you might have some use for these. Tie him up. Psst, can you pass the soap and don't disturb him? Tie him up. You grab a nearly length of rope and carefully tie his hands together, then to the handles of the tub. The sheriff can come collect him later. Let sleeping bandits lie. You cautiously approach the Fricker gang. They're pretty engrossed in their poker game, so it doesn't actually require that much caution. You hide behind a barrel and eavesdrop on their conversation for a while. The one with the eye patch is quiet, but you gather that his name is Snipe and that the squirrely one is his brother Wimpy. What's your play here? I'll approach them and talk, or leave without alerting them. Howdy, boys. Deal me in? The one with the eye patch raised an eyebrow. Who are you? How'd you get past Thud and Soapy? What do you want? You're under arrest. It's Bimmy. I'm here for the sheriff's door. It's Bimmy! It's me, Bimmy! Your sister! He squints at you. Bimmy? You ain't Bimmy. I am so Bimmy, I stole some Rube's face. Ha! You did always have a knack for face wrestling. What's new, Bimmy? We gotta get out of here, fast. Wimpy, the Pinkertons are onto us, and they'll be here any minute. Dagnabbit, come on, Snipe, let's hail it. Hightail it. I'll catch up with you guys later tonight. Wimpy nods. He and Snipe hurriedly pack up their belongings and flee the cave. You congratulate yourself on your attentiveness, memory, and strong interpersonal skills. Let's grab the door and skedaddle. We won't talk about how I'm carrying that door. Oh, this is the Cochrane. I saw the graves in the cemetery. I'm sorry for your loss. I saw it happen. I saw the whole damn thing. Couldn't do nothing about it. Good night, Nomi. I'm intending to stream again more. I have this fancy new mic after all. And I was so glad to see you come, and I'm glad you enjoyed the games. Cows, right. I don't know what those things are, but they ain't no cows, not anymore. What happened? It's a raid. See, Ma and Pa used to ranch cattle back before they came home. Pa didn't make it, but Ma and I managed to rebuild. We ranched pigs instead, and she left me the place when she passed. Well, I guess a passing herd sniffed out that it used to be a cow ranch and they attacked a couple of days ago. Happened so fast, I didn't even have time to get my rifle out of the gun safe. Cow smashed in the front door and a fire started out back by the root cellar. House went up in blazes, just like that. What did you do? There wasn't anything I could do. Couldn't get upstairs to the kids because of the fire, and I saw Tim trampled right in front of me. She drains her glass. I ain't want to talk about it anymore. Sorry. She refills her mug from a bottle in the bar and doesn't reply. What will you do now? Head west, suppose. Nothing keeping me here. No desire to stay. I can't leave without my rifle, though. Why not? It was Ma's rifle. It's all I got left of anybody. Where is it? Left it at the ranch like a damn fool. Listen, can I ask you a favor? I need someone to go get it for me. Yeah, I'll go get it. See if she shows you where on the map her ranch is. A varmint skinning knife allows you to collect skin from beasts after combat. I like that. I like that. Do I need to have it equipped? We'll have to see, I guess. These pies were not safe. This thing looks angry. You're not gonna make it to that safe without dealing with it. Well, let's deal with it. Beam shield! Let's go, Saber! On fire? No! Let's go, Saber! On fire! My beam shield doesn't protect me from being on fire. You defeated that nasty cow skull floating in a cloud of flame. Hooray! Susie's rifle. Environment, skinning, knife. Is there actually anybody still here? Oh, some of you guys are here. Hi, everybody. Feel free to follow if you haven't already. Or not, you know, whatever you want to do. You do not need to wield the knife to gain the skins. Got it. Shoot. I should have done that. Apparently I'm supposed to go get that before I go to the ranch. Nice work, stranger. This here prison cell just got about 4 times more secure. Are there any fricker boys left from me around? 1 or 2 that are asleep on the job. I'll go round them up shortly then. Looks like you owe your reward. He produces a big bag of meat. Got another little task for you. Got your time. What you need? Well, the frickers busted the lock when they took out the door. Gonna need a new lock. Keep an eye out. I didn't get the soap either. Darn it. Well, I don't think I can go back and get the soap. I would have taken that option if I'd have remembered. Oh well. How do we get a lock? Is there a way to get a lock? Damn. Nope, no other way. I think I'm gonna get the spooky horse. What should I name her? So I need to figure out how to set up widgets in OBS. What should I name her? I'll name her after my pup, Artemis. Complimentary map. Ostensibly a map, but mostly blank. Alright, let's see. I've got 23 unspent EXP. Do I want to wait and upgrade Lava Fava? I think I need to upgrade Lava Fava next. So I gotta wait for a couple more EXP. I'll wait here. Okay. Well, I've done everything I can here, because... I think, anyways. Yes. Take Doc Alice. Hit the trail. You consult the southeast-west map the hostel gave you. It only lists two things, the town of Dirtwater and the Manifest Destiny Railroad Company's westernmost camp. Head for Dirtwater. Day 1, the first day of the rest of your life. Can't wait to get back to the stable and pet this horse. This hat gives me hay fever and I hate it. It's your partner. What's up, Doc? If we're going to look into this necromancer business, I figure we ought to start with the local cemeteries. Uh-oh. I think... I might have chosen the wrong partner if I'm gonna learn necromancy. Or maybe not, because they gain experience. She gains experience by fighting the undead only, apparently. I don't know. We will see if how I do with this. Makes sense. Do you know where they are? Yeah, I did some research into the territory cemeteries a while back. Territories, cemeteries, to see if there was a pattern. You okay? Haha, sorry. Anyways, there's one not too far from here. You discovered a new map, the Daveyard. Am I forgetting about anything? Renting that room in Dirtwater. Thanks for the reminder. Not a lot available past this point. This is a spitoon, which is a sort of brass bucket that people spit into instead of spitting on the floor, because not spitting at all is not an option in this society, I guess. I say this despite knowing that you're pretty intimately familiar with spitoons already, sicko. Inspect it. Look, the jewel salon is pretty nice, as saloons go. Actual glass in the windows, more than 2 kinds of drinks, a poker room instead of a cockfighting pit, but this spitoon is still a spitoon. The rancid tobacco spit is inside of it isn't fancy rancid tobacco spit. Inspect it. I have to do it. Sigh. Here we go again. Alright, fine. You're now hunkered down next to a brass filth bucket, which probably has never been cleaned or emptied because you're near the desert and the ambient humidity around here is pretty low. Low enough that the spit evaporates nearly as quickly as it accumulates. So that's good, right? No, that's bad, because it's only the water part of spit that evaporates. This brass bucket is half full of the rest of the spit. Toxins and filth that don't evaporate, several years worth, distilled and concentrated until it's the consistency of molasses. People aren't allowed to flick cigarette butts into the spitoon anymore because they bounce out. Search it. You are about to put your hand into a bucket of something the color and viscosity of maple syrup, except instead of maple, it's flavored with the inside of the mouths of people who chew cigars instead of smoking them and have never brushed their teeth. Yeah, I am. Glorp. It feels like you're putting your hand into a bucket of lukewarm tapioca pudding. Except instead of tapioca, it's basically poison. It smells like someone ran over a skunk, waited a week, and then set it on fire. It feels like your hand is dissolving. Keep searching. You found something. You found a tacky, filth-covered porcelain cow figurine. A useless, disgusting thing that will make a great heirloom for your children, assuming you're still able to have any and you hate them. Hooray! +3 melee attack and +3 spell damage. What is currently my offhand? Oh. Actually, you know, this is better. Well, howdy there. Always nice to see a new face in town. Welcome to the Jewel Saloon. Hi, thanks. I'm Kitty. Glad to know you, Kitty. Folks around here just call me Lloyd. What can I do for you? Nice to meet you, Lloyd. I saw the sign out front advertising a room. That's right. Finest room in the house and plenty of room for your partner, too. You interested? How much does it cost? Well, that's where you're in luck. The previous tenant was a banker fellow and he paid a month in advance right before getting himself killed by bandits. You seem like a decent sort, so the room if you want it. Gratis. Wow, great. Hey, Lloyd. Need any help with anything? If you're handy with mechanical type stuff, something's gone wrong with our piano player. I thought the music sounded a little off. Yeah, it's not supposed to sound like that. I'll see what I can do. Thanks, I would have poked around in it myself, but I lost the key. This has suddenly taken a strange turn. More cowbell! Okay, I'm done. Saltpeter? You open the hatch and check out the machinery inside. There's obviously something wrong, given all the plinking and springing and clicking noises come out of the gears and stuff. It looks pretty complicated. I think I can do this. You recalibrate some springs and rearrange some gears, and the machinery starts operating smoothly. The music improves immediately. Nothing to it. Yeah. Yeah. I did a good job. Fix the piano player for you. I thought so. He sounds so much better. Thanks to Heap Kitty, I'd offer you a free room in exchange, but you already got one. No, Lori's Lloyd. Need any help with anything? Nope, everything's right as rain here. If you're looking for work, you might ask at the jailhouse. Who's that old man by the piano? Oh, that's old Ellsbury. Tragic fellow he is. He was a writer and a poet, came out west to sell his stories, but nobody were buying. Too weird, his stories, fantastical-like. Too bad, I love that stuff. Well, it don't much matter now anyhow. He had to get normal work to make ends meet. Did passing well as a prospector until one day he lost his mind in a mind. He what now? You know what I mean. He saw something that made him stop telling his weird tales, made him stop talking near completely. Come to that, he just stands there by the piano nowadays. It seems to calm him down, and as long as he doesn't make any trouble, I don't mind him too much. Feel a little sorry for him, to be honest. Poor fella. Can I get some darts? I signed on the dartboard, said see you from darts. Oh, I'm sorry. The darts all got broken months ago. That's disappointing. See you later, Lloyd. You call yourself a pony-plucking, good-for-nothing jerk. What is angry? Nope, I have enough for lava, father. Okay. Alright. Now... kind of need a little more XP or HP, I feel like. Don't really want to, but I needed it. Pale giant while fleeing from small. Really, you get married to a sword. Well, okay then. Oh, I guess I'm not angry anymore. Okay. Dirtwater Mercantile. Hello there, welcome to Dirtwater Mercantile. Advanced Beancraft. Disposable binoculars. Want to look at more than one thing through them? Too bad. Dynamite, plum pudding. I have one. I think I gotta buy the bean craft. Advanced Beancraft Volume CII. Read it. There's a chapter about how cooking bean dishes so small that they have to be served intravenously gives blood beans, a skill that lets you regenerate health during combat. There's a recipe for a wall-shaped pile of beans that looks pretty interesting. Gives Bean Wall, a spell that creates a wall of beans, providing cover from ranged attacks. There's a list of meditation techniques to help you concentrate while cooking and or fighting. Gives Use the Old Bean, a skill that temporarily increases your mysticality during the fight. Of those skills, I am most likely to use Blood Bean. You master the art of microscopic bean conjuration and fill your bloodstream with restorative proteins. Unfortunately, you got so distracted by your newfound vigor that you misplaced the book. Okay. Hi, I'm Kitty Carson. Any mail from me? Nope. Well, I'd like to send a postcard. Alrighty, let's have it. You write a quick note to Nufus, let him know you've been up to and that you're okay. And that'll be, oh, it's one of them prepaid ones. That'll be 0 meat then. Thanks. The clerk clears her throat. Howdy, are you the sheriff here? No, we don't currently have a sheriff. Need any help until you find a new sheriff? Sure, if you're any good with a gun, there's always somebody in need of some justice. One of the posters back there, Soul's over yonder. She points behind her and off to the right, respectively. It's a wanted poster. No, wait, you misread it. It's a wasted poster? Close enough. Read it. The poster read wasted. The Stripy Hat Gang for grand theft paint and tasteless hat vandalism. Last seen in the vicinity of Cavern Canyon. Interesting. Dirty, rotten paint thieves and low-down, no-fashion sense hat vandals? Despicable. Want to go after them? Not just now. Wanted. The House in the Desert Gang. For non-drawn payment, squatting, and general public nuisance. Also for murdering 2 collections agents. Last seen at a house in the desert. I wonder if the house is named after them, or if they're named after the house. In any case, at least their location is unambiguous. Yes. Alright, so let's see. What do I want to start with? Let's start with, I guess... You know what? Let's start with the Daybeard. Off the trail's shoulder, you see some ancient petroglyphs. Translate them. My first is the first of a burning coal. Intriguing. Here lies Dave B. Died with his boots on, but not his pants. Let's do it. Dig up the grave. Dig up the grave just to check out the veracity of the epitaph. Sure enough, boots but no pants. You got an item. Brown boots. Maximum AP. Nice. Aside from a light dusting of what looks like blue chalk, these boots are remarkably well preserved for having spent so much time in a grave. Put them down for good. Lava Bava! You made the restless remains more restful. Handful of loose teeth. Allison picks up a bone and examines it carefully. Hooray! Here lies Dave C. Went down in the theater. Here lies Dave J. Rap-a-pa-pow. Put him down for good. Lava Bava! Negative 1 HP. Skeleton bone. You don't have a bone to pick, but you do have a bone. Here lives Dave L. Died of a heart attack. See you in negative 36 years. Here lives Dave G. He was looking to the sky to save him, but even the sky can't save the feller from, like, 40 angry bears. Oh boy, free lunch! Vienna blood sausages and a thermos of spiked coffee. And they said there was no such thing as a free lunch. Beat the dickens out of them. Lava Bava! Lava Bava! I'm gonna decimate the skeleton. Negative 13 HP, yeah. You check the bones for Dickens. Nope, you beat them all out. Got an item. Gold tooth. Studies the remains of your undead foe. Ah. Let's see. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Character. Okay, let's see. That's stomach, spleen. Got it. I like the item finding bonus, but I don't really need it. What is outfoxing? He realized Dave D. The truth was out there. It killed him. He realized Dave G. Murdered by a different feller named Dave G. Apparently they can only be one. It's a pile of bones that isn't moving around for a change. It's mostly just boring broken bones, but you do find a skull with a weird tag on it. You got an item, skull with a weird tag on it. This skull has a little paper tag tied to it, which has Inter-Cemetery Loan on one side and some notes on the other. Examine it. The tag on the skull has a serial number, and it says it was borrowed from Submission Catacombs on February 19th, 1886. Just, geez, this thing really is late. back of the tag has the catacombs address on it. You discovered a new map location. Old missions. Skulls! Check them out! This is one of those things they have in mausoleums. You know, one of those big marble things with scores. Ooh. Leave them be for a second. Some kind of ritual circle drawn on the ground in red chalk. Pile of mostly burned rags that maybe used to be a person. Investigate. You have a gore-splattered scroll, a human ashes, and a receipt. The scroll is almost too covered in blood and viscera to read. Luckily for you, you've gotten all that practice reading inside of a dog. You scrape the largest of the gibbets off of the scroll and read it. It says to take a pile of human ashes, spread them out in the shape of a person inside of a red chalk ritual circle, then sprinkle them with stardust and place a mostly perfect or better glass sphere where the heart would be. Anyways, that's the gist of it. The actual test has a lot more of these than thousands such as like that. Plus, there's a bunch of weird gibberish you're supposed to say out loud while you're doing it. Okay. Human ashes. This is human in the final stage of that whole ashes to ashes thing. Well, part of one at least. The human gets harder to keep track of when it's in powder form. It's the cremated earthly remains of a person. Someday they'll refer to these as cremains, but you will not approve. Scatter them or leave them alone for now. Robe receipt. It's the receipt for the delivery of 150 black silk robes. Sounds pretty ominous. It's time you started gathering clues about the whole perambulating dead situation that's going around these parts. You grab a notebook and paperclip the receipt to the first page. You got an item, Necromancer Journal. I should check that out. This is a collection of the clues you've inquired in your search for the Necromancer's home base. You found a receipt for the delivery of robes. Looking at it more closely, you see there's a surcharge for delivery past Boulder Pass. That means the Necromancer's lair is definitely west of the mountains. Good to know. Progress. Looks like that's everything you've got so far. Okay. I don't have the stuff for the ritual. Okay, let's do it. Let's just say fuck it. Fuck it. Because this might be one of the last things I do tonight. I don't know, I'm starting to get a little sleepy. Let's open a whole bunch. Wait, why is my new skill not here? Okay. Being healed. Let's take you up first because you have the lowest HP. Lava Fava! Ooh, you do it damage to everybody. That's cool. Oh, so my regen is automatic. That's neat. Lava Fava! Probably should, yeah. Yeah. Why did I do this again? I think I'm gonna survive, though. Three up and three down is the thing they would say about this if baseball analogies were a thing now. Her eyes light up. Apparently, she has an epiphany of some sort. Alice has become stronger. That's right, she only gains EXP from fighting undead. So I guess it's a good thing we did the big battle. $14, $13, $15. Lava Bava! Lava Bava! Alright, so Deputy Pistol, you are not doing great. What is... I mean, that's not really anything. $13, $12. Lava Bava! Scatter shot! Yeah, passive region, definitely, Lava Bava! thinking about staying here till Alice levels up again. Want at least 5 mysticality. Kind of want to go with that. Whoops. Oh well. Oh, Father! Hey! Alice leveled up again. Okay, let's... They say you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but when you see someone wearing dark cultist robes, it seems like a pretty safe bet that they're some sort of cultist. Another clue is the fact that he or she is trying to teach a skeleton how to tap dance. At least that's what it looks like from here. Fight him! Shield! Lava Baba! I don't think you need that. Shoot. Scatter shot! Lava Baba! You beat the heck out of that cultist. Fortunately for him, there's a handy supply of unbroken bones available. Unfortunately for him, you've yoinked his bones manual or whatever this is. Nice job. Introductory Next Max gives you the Grinning Skull skill. This black-covered book written in black ink on black paper is a primer in the arts of southwestern necromancy, also known as Next Max. Wow. Wow. Okay, got it. That seems like it's probably pretty dangerous. Are you sure you want to lead it? Let's see. May also give you a negative perk. All of the first book also provide a new negative perk. These perks do not correspond to a specific book. You gauge them based on the number of books read. Note that if you want to use melee or ranged attacks in combat, you would be better off not reading more than 4 or 5 books respectively. Okay, we're gonna go. Oh, hi Doggo, you're not trapped. You're not trapped out, you're trapped in. You're fine then. I thought she was trapped out. Just one. I chose a terrible partner for what I wanted to do for this game, and I can't change my mind. So, what is the skill that it gives me? That's not terrible. I don't have a lot of AP. I've changed my mind. Don't read it. I don't really need that spell. What was I doing? Oh, we were gathering... I'm just gonna keep that just in case. I don't know, you never know when you might need it. Okay, so I want to go to the desert house. Skeleton approaches you in that jittery stop-motion way that skeletons do. Judging by its hat, it appears to be the skeleton of an old bead slinger. You remember the classic saying, old bead slingers die like normal people. Sometimes they keep walking around and casting spells at you afterwards. Fight that old has-been. He nothing from no match for me. Lava Fava! Why not? You beat up the skeleton and search it for loot, which is much easier with skeletons than with most other types of people. You got 10 XP, a handful of loose teeth, bean-stained pants. I finally have pants! And 30 meat. Alice surveys the scene and jots down some notes in her little notebook. As you dismount and approach the house with the bandstand hold up, you hear a voice from inside say, "What was that?" Uh-oh. Looks like you're gonna have to be sneaky if you want to avoid a full-on fracas. Sneaky is my middle name. Wait, really? No, I was just kidding. Bean-stained pants. It's hard to put beans on the inside without getting beans on the outside. At least it was for whoever's pants these were. You're madder than a hornet. If your anger level gets higher than 1, you'll pass out from rage. From the sound of it, you say this doghouse contains an angry dog. Weigh your options. So he dies. 21. He dies. 21. He dies, but he needs it the most, so. Lava Fava! That's not a skeleton. You'll never take us alive, and we'll also never pay for this house! Oh, shoot. Lava Fava! No! Shoot! That is not what I meant to do. God damn it. That is not what I meant to do. Have an idea? I apparently decided I wasn't getting sleepy enough. Your boost sense alerts you to the presence of a rock. Confused, you move the rock, and certainly enough, there's a bottle of booze behind it. Whew, you were afraid for a second their booze sense had been replaced with some kind of rock sense. Good news. I need a bone. God damn it. I sold them all. Oh well, let's go level up Alice some more. Lava Fava! Oh, why didn't I just take one out? Lava Fava! Do I have a bone? Oh, good. Lava Fava! Lava Fava! I want Alice to get one more level. Lava Fava! No, damn it. Grr. Lava Fava! Oh, come on, Alice, just level already. Beam shield! Okay, 20, 22, 21. Lava Fava! Boom. I almost feel bad for them at this point. Not really. Okay. I'm not getting rid of that introductory necromancy, but I want to... What? See, I can't perform the ritual. Shield. Okay. 21, 22, 20. I can take him out. Lava Fava! Lava Fava! Aha! Alice has leveled. Let's try the desert house and see if my suspicion is correct. You spot a smoldering ruin of a ranch on the horizon. Ominous. You discover a new map location, the Stearns Ranch. Go there now, or keep going where you're going? Let's go there now. Why not? Dig through it. There's a weird cow-shaped stain on the wall. Ooh, a document. Stock certificate. Just sell it. This is a certificate not only the bearer to 13 shares of Popular Gas Incorporated, a company based in Philadelphia. Your deft fingers find a hidden catch in the back panel of the shelf, slides away to reveal a secret compartment. There's a book inside. Mary Stearns' diary. A little girl's diary, browned a little around the edges, but otherwise untouched by the fire. Read it. The first page says in the little girl's handwriting, "This is the diary of Mary Stearns." The AI and dairy K is crossed out and written AIA above them. Diary starts out as typical kid stuff. You flip ahead until you notice the writing getting shakier. Found a dolly under a cactus out back, and she told me her name was Grace. Mama and Papa don't believe me that she talks. They say I got a big imagination. Grace says the cows are gonna get us, but Papa says, well, okay, so this weren't never a cow ranch. Grace says he's wrong, but Papa won't believe me. Grace says she can keep the cows away, but I have to play tea party with her. Keep reading. I don't like this kind of tea party, but Grace says it's important to keep the cows away. Mama was sad that they couldn't find Effie. Papa says she's been gone so long and they should put a cross up, but Mama won't let him because she thinks she'll come back. Papa says she's only 11. How far could she have gone? And Mama started crying again. Don't want to play tea party anymore, but Grace says it has to. Papa was out 2 days looking for Joey, but of course he didn't find him. Mama cries so much. I tried to tell her him and Effie are helping keep the cows away, but she don't understand. I told Grace I'm not playing tea party again, but she says I gotta, and if I don't, cows will eat all three of us. She says either I get Mama or Papa to play, or else I gotta play by myself. That's the last entry. No! Physicality? Okay, I got it. It's the work of a moment to fix the doll's voice box. Pull the string. The doll's eyes roll back in the head and the mouth begins to move. Hi, I'm Grace. What's your name? I'm Kitty. None of your business, doll. Don't give your name away. The doll's head shakes back and forth violently. Hee hee, you're funny. Do you want to play with me? Yes, let's play. Hooray, Mary used to play with me, but we didn't get to finish our tea party before she went away. Will you help me finish it? Surely. There's nothing wrong with this. Hooray, the game is almost over. Mary did such a good job. The doll's eyes roll back forward. Go downstairs and get my cup. Do you know the magic word to make the mean cow let you into a secret room? No, what is it? The magic word is peanut butter. Got it, peanut butter. You shudder as you realize that talking dolls haven't been invented yet. Full canteen, bar of soap, and ranch dressing. Ah, I need foraging. God damn it. Jethro's stern, devoted father. Looks like Jethro's bones were dug up by some varmint or another. Charred locket. You should call it a locket on account of how lucky it was to escape that fire. Examine it. The lock on this locket reminds you that they call it a locket. Pick the lock. You got a picture. Picture of Mary Stearns. Okay. Faint daguerreau type of a little girl. The name Mary is written on the back. Examine it. The photograph is a serious looking girl. On the back is written Mary Stearns, Thanksgiving, 1894. Gwendolyn stirs, devoted mother. The flower is smoking. Pick it. You are a smoking chrysanthemum. Now I have a lapel. As you approach a grave marker, the hair on your back of your neck stands up as a voice. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give what to you? Picture. The picture of me. I can see it. You have it. You shouldn't look at it. Nobody should look at it. I guess you must be Mary. Why don't you want anyone to look at it? The whispering gets quieter. Anger seeps through around the edges of the voice. Because they'll know. Give it to me. Know what? What happened? What I did? Give me the picture. Give it to me now. What should I do? Let's fight. I'm here to fight undead after all. Beam shield! Lava fava! Oh shit. I might not be ready for this fight. It's not a skeleton. Lava fava! Okay, maybe I am ready for this fight. Poor girl, you hope she finds some peace. You tear up her picture and scatter it on the wind. Rest in peace, Mary. Between the smoke and the noise, you're guessing the contents of that outhouse are more dangerous than the average outhouse. Open the door! Beam shield! Baba! Lava! Baba! The outhouse is now safe as outhouses. By the soft light of the fading embers, you see a glint of light from below. You hold your nose with one hand as you fish out your prize with the other. You got an item. Toilet pistol. Goes with my nasty ring. Deals stench damage instead of physical and applies 5 poison to the enemy, 3 to 4 damage. You know what? I think it's better than the deputy pistol because of the poison. Let's see. Okay. I need to be able to cast more spells. I'd like to get up to 50 HP, but let's see. Okay, 50 HP. There we go. I think that's a good choices. Oh no, I need to go downstairs. Atop this sinister-looking altar sits a copper goblet filled with what appears to be blood. Take the goblet, destroy the goblet, leave it alone for now. Okay, what can I do? I can do it. I can destroy the goblet. You don't know what this is, but you know it's abominable. You grab the goblet and smash it against the altar. Everywhere the blood lands, cracks appear. The altar groans as it crumbles into ruin. You gain 50 XP. And how? Do I have the doll in my backpack, or is she upstairs? Let's go see what she has to say about this. You'll live to regret this. Well, that's only a little bit ominous. Your heart skips a beat as you spy a floating cow skull in the middle distance. It doesn't seem to have noticed you yet. Fight it! Beam shield! Lava Lava! Crush the cow skull to powder, but not before you extracted the useful bits of it. Cow fangs and a brass bull ring. Oh, now I've got categories now. With a knick-knack paddywhack, you achieve your aim. The dog begins contentedly hawing on the human femur. Good for him. This. Okay, I want to get some oil. Let's go to town and see if they have oil. You encounter an overturned wagon surrounded by ruined books and broken pairs of spectacles. Looks like a family of especially literate homesteaders met an untimely end here. Tragic. You pore over the detritus and manage to extract one book that is both undestroyed and remotely interesting to you. Nice! Advanced Beancraft! Volume XLI. Read it! There's an article about butter and an article about beans, and the juxtaposition gives you an idea. It gives Butterbean a spell that reduces an opponent's muscle mysticality and moxie. There's a recipe for a wall-shaped pile of beans. We read about wall bean earlier. I think I'm gonna go Butterbean. Unfortunately, a lot of butter got splattered onto the book while you're practicing, and it's now totally illegible. Dave! Or Bill! Cactus Bill didn't expect to see you around these parts. Well, I gotta admit, I got a little envious when I saw you leave Bourne Springs, and I figured I'd hitch a ride out west to see what I could see. And just look at this place. So much hustle, so much bustle. There sure is a lot of both of those. Hey, nice pot. Thank you kindly. So, what's new? Well, to be honest, what's new is a profound sense of longing and loneliness. I'm sorry to hear that, Bill. Well, it is what I is. I was hoping I'd run across a similarly lonely cactus lady somewhere out here, or failing that, a normal human lady man gonna marry a cactus. No luck? Not yet. Of course, getting around here is a bit of a challenge, but us cactuses live a long time. I'm sure I'll meet somebody someday. I'll keep an eye out. Heck, sure would appreciate it. Take your leave. Check on him. You okay, buddy? I'm pretty sure my leg is broken, so no. What happened? Traffic accident? No, it just sort of broke all of a sudden. I guess I don't get enough vitamins or whatever. Good nutrition can be difficult in this day and age. I'm gonna need some medicine for this. Can you help me? Sure. Thank you. There's a mission up north. The nuns there run a little hospital and sell medical supplies. Could you get me some broken leg pills? Broken leg pills? Is that a thing? Yeah, that's a thing. Don't have any with me, sorry. Huh. Okay, coming up. Do we have any? Oh, I wonder. Well, let's go to rescue mission. With a shout, well, more of a loud hiss, a skeleton leaps at you from the underbrush. He's wearing a cavalry hat and a cavalry saber, but isn't riding a cavalry horse, which I'm pretty sure is the main thing that differentiates cavalry from infantry, if not the only thing. Fight the skeleton. Question is, oh, I need to start up grading out Foxen, apparently. Lava Baba! You end this rivalry by caving in your opponent's skull. You got an old cavalry hat. Well. Okay, hold on. Old cavalry hat. 2 armor and 2 muscle, barely enchanted hat. Oh. 1 mysticality. But armor and muscle. I think I'm gonna wear this one instead. I really need to figure out how to get some foraging. Gosh, a real life nun. Yes, I'm Sister Tabitha. I'm Kitty Carson. What's with the cots? Well, with the cows attacks and so on, I felt my faith would be better served by running this place as a clinic rather than just a church. I also sell medical supplies if you'd like your healing to go. Do you need any errands run or anything? Funny you should ask. I've been experimenting with the healing properties of a purple grass that grows near here, but I've run out. Would you mind picking them up for me? It grows near a cave that makes an unusual humming sound. No problem, I'll be right back with it. But also, can I buy some medical supplies? Broken leg pills. Jeez, this guy owes me. You see a streak of fire blast across the sky and land just over the horizon. You ride to the site of the impact and find a meteor. Pick up the loose pieces. You gain 555 meat. Nice. Pick it. Oh, these rocks are weirdly organized. Oh yeah, okay. So XP time again. I think I should wait and see about this cave later. To your delight, you see the silhouette of a big circus tent towering over the pines. Go there now! Circus! Well, this is a little weird. You didn't expect to find a circus all the way out here. There's basically nobody around for miles. There's a rodeo clown manning the ticket booth. Well, there hasn't actually been a rodeo since the cows come home, so I guess he's just a clown. Ugh. Clowns. Not a fan. They're so creepy. When I was little, my uncle would give me nightmares with old stories about them. Those old fairy tales. Demon clowns and demon cows fighting wars in hell? Right. And supposedly rodeo clowns dress up like that because the first rodeos were reenactments of these battles and became a traditional thing. If you'd asked me 30-odd years ago, I'd say you were nuts for even considering that might be real. These days, I'm not so sure. But that fellow there's just a man in makeup with a crap job at a carnival. Yeah, I know. Still creeps me out, though. Perfectly normally traveling sideshow. As you approach, the clown puts on that basically cheerful facial expression that retail employees use, and the last thing they want to deal with is a customer, but they're not allowed to say so. Welcome to Barnaby Bob's perfectly normal traveling circus sideshow, ma'am. How can I help you? I'd like to see the circus, please. Well, you came to the right place then, but if you want to get inside, you'll need a ticket, and presumably you can sell me one? Well, I certainly can. That's my job after all. For ma'am, a ticket will cost 5,000 meat. Say, what? Does it seem a bit high? I promise you, ma'am, at this price, it's a real steal. Well, you got that right. Why is it so expensive? Well, now, this ain't no podunk little traveling circus. We got rides, games, foods, an amazing demonstration of knife-throwing skill by none other than Bob himself. Tell me more about Barnaby Bob. Oh, the boss is a real master of knives, let me tell you. He does this amazing stunt where he gets a volunteer from the audience up on stage and throws knives at them. He never misses his target. Did you leave out the part where he puts an apple on their head or something? What? Oh, right, sure. Well, I suppose I should say ride, but we haven't had a single grizzly merry-go-round incident since, well, we stopped turning it on. Oh, we got tons of them. The 3 count as tons, 3 is more like some. We got some of them. We got your favorites, popcorn, sarsaparilla with the fancy new bottle caps, and get this, did you hear about that new thing this fellow invented, cotton candy? Yeah, I think I might have. Well, it's still patented, but we're pretty sure we figured out how it works. Mostly, more or less. You ain't doing a very good job of selling me on this. Why, whatever do you mean? Attempt to outfox the clown. First you ask for an outrageous sum of meat, and then you describe your circus in terms that made me sound distinctly cut rate. Well now, if you really expected me to pay that much, you'd be doing your best to make it sound like a magical paradise. On the other hand, if it really is as chintzy as you describe, you'd be asking a price cheap enough to overcome poor word of mouth. Which leads me to the conclusion that for some reason, you don't actually want to sell me a ticket. The clown starts to look nervous. Now, let's not jump to conclusions, friends. I'm just pulling your leg a bit, clowning around like we do, so it's all in good fun. So the actual price is 500 meat. I could buy half a horse for that. Sure, but what you gonna do with half a horse? The circus is much more entertaining. Let's come back when I've done more outfoxing levels. Let's go to the old mission on the way home to deliver this. You spy a burnt-out ranch house on the horizon and pull Artemis up to investigate. There's not much of interest above ground, but you find a locked door leading down into a presumably still intact root cellar. Let's pick the lock. Once you're inside, you're not sure why they even bothered locking it. It's been picked clean of everything but a tiny amount of food and an even tinier amount of medicine. Oh well. How many needles do I have left? Guess I should be keeping an eye on that. Just one. Cool. Oh my goodness, what's wrong, sister? They came back, they came back and took them. I couldn't stop them. Whoa, slow down, okay? What happened? Our holy relics. The saints just stormed up out of the catacombs and took them back. Wow. I don't know what to do. I thought maybe they'd fire me if I tried to stop them. The Cardinal will be here in a minute. What am I going to do? To start with, let's take a deep breath and try to calm down, okay? What's your name? I'm Sister Mary. My name's Kitty. Now, what's this about saints? Our mission is to protect 3 sacred relics. I'm the relic keeper. It's my specific job to look after them. Wait, do they call you Memento She shows you the ruler she keeps tucked up in her sleeve. No, they do not. Okay, sorry. So what happened? The saints, oh, it's too horrible. They came to life somehow. They came up out of the catacombs, all skeletal and ghastly looking. I mean, it's probably blasphemy to say that, but I nearly fainted. And they took back the relics? Yes, and if they aren't recovered before the Cardinal gets here, I'll be in so much trouble. Uh-oh, how much time is there? Well, actually, he's months overdue, so it's probably not all that urgent, but still! Alright, I'll get them back for you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, wait a second. Aren't you going to have to fight them to get the relics back? Because that's probably blasphemous too. I mean, probably. But if black magic brought them back to life, that's like super blasphemous, right? So it evens out. Oh dear, the Cardinal is going to have a very long talk about this. But go ahead and do what you must, I suppose. Isn't that skull I have? It's tagged from here. I'm curious. Kick him! Big shield! Okay, wait. Let's go with this. Lava Father! I guess floating skulls count as skeletons. Lava Bava! Please don't kill me. Lava Bava! Done. Nice. Oh. I don't get experience for her killing skulls, apparently. Sorry, I got a little close to the mic there. I'm not used to having the mic in a stable place. Take it. Lava Baba! Even though I'm just gonna instantly kill you with Doc here. Commemorative spoon! Okay, what do I currently have in my offhand? 3 melee attack damage, 3 spell damage. Nope, this one's better. Just sounds like gibberish, though really creepy gibberish. Oh hey, it's where that skull you found goes. Well, let's check out my EXP. I've got 183, so I can level out Foxland some more. It's apparently what I'm focusing on now. Seems silly. I need to get a pickaxe. Well, look. They're clearly skulls. I don't know. I don't think anybody's even here anymore watching, but, if you are, and you're enjoying yourself, go ahead and give me a follow, I guess. If not, I'm just gonna keep playing for a little bit, because I'm enjoying myself. But I wanted to read the sign. This way to Paseo del Santo. Here lies St. Beefus. After he died, his body kept trying to rise to heaven, but it was so heavy that it kind of flopped around a bunch. They had to intern him in a big stone sarcophagus to put a stop to it. Gross. Holy crap, his bones are huge. Oh, shoot! I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I meant to let him lie, because I think that's the honorable option. Oh well. I'm fighting him now. Actually, I might need to beat him anyways, because I might need the thing. Also, it's good for Alice. Here lies Saint Cortada. She was drawn and quartered by heretics, and the quarter that had her head on it was beheaded. The dismemberment was so effective that nobody was able to get her body to stay together even after she was just bones. Here lies Saint Pope. He was excommunicated for impersonating a pope, but there is some kind of bureaucratic issue, so they weren't able to unbeatify him. Weird. I am a pope. Seriously. Saint Pope stands beatifically behind the dais. He just keeps his pope gestures, ignoring you. How can someone look so smug without even having a face? The longer you hatch him, the more you get on their nerves. Requires a moxie of 10. I do not have anywhere near that. Mysticality of 10? Hold on, I can fix this. I can do this. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's good. This is good. This is good. This is great. Okay. Let's start with you. Fava Fava! I wonder what would have happened if I'd taken him apart again. Lava Fava! Shit, I might die. Lava Fava! I didn't die. Good news. She's been a really handy partner so far. I don't even regret that I can't learn necromancy because of her. And it doesn't matter. I feel like that she's only levels because I feel like she's leveled. I lost count of how many times she's leveled, but she's only got 8 levels, so. Ooh, I like this one. Oh, this is just better. It's just straight up better. Nice. I guess I have to come back when, I get more Moxie. Pew! Pew pew! Oh, don't worry about that. We're just storing that for an escape artist. An escape artist? Yeah, he was taking his act on the road but needed to lighten his luggage. So he gave us a generous donation in exchange for storing it for him. Huh. Okay. Okay. So... Notice a trail of burnt vegetation off the side of the road, which can only mean one thing, a hellcat. Let's do it! Lava Fava! Moo. Hi, need to learn foraging. Life gives you cannon to make a cannonade. Oh, that's where I can use the thingy. Based on the papers and anatomical diagrams scattered across its surface, you guess this desk belonged to Fort Cowder's nurse. Look at the papers. Papers are mostly just boring medical records, daguerreotypes, limitations that antibiotics haven't been discovered yet, that kind of thing. Hey, wait, what's this? This looks like it might be important. You got an item. Marching orders. Look at the diagrams. Just a bunch of disgusting drawings of sliced open bodies. Render them looted. I need safe cracking. Oh, that's good. That's good. Safe, covered in blood. Set of army marching orders from before all the army's marching orders were marched back east just as fast as your little yellow-bellied feet can go, you damnable cowards. There's a set of marching orders directing a rifle division to Fort Aldad, far to the north of Dirtwater. Treacherous territory up there. A gal ought to be careful. There we go. Damn it, I'm out of needles, aren't I? What are you doing? Shooting pies. Always shooting pies. Could you elaborate on that? Why shooting a pie? Yes, to destroying, obviously. Must to destroying a terrible pie. What is wrong with the pie? Bah, a human will never understand. No, really, why is the pie shooting? Shut up, so much angry. Looking, I'm pretty sure being a pie is destroyed. Destroy, huh? Look, so many holes in a pie safe. You win and a pie is dead. You certain, Bean? Wait in here, I will check it. Hooray, you are a success. A pie is so very destroyed, Bean. I doing it? So much doing it. But now what, huh? What am I shooting now? I guess you finding another pie? What, there are more pies, Bean? Yes, a world full of pies. Oh no, the violence scene is never ending. Sorry, Bean, not wishing to enabling this behavior. No, this is my cross-bearing. I must go and continuing the fighting. Okay, thanking you. Okay, I wish you good luck against the forces of the pie. You should leave in a hat and a gun, having a fresh start. Yes, correct, Bean. I will fighting each pie as if it is first pie, Bean. General Gobb's hat and General Gobb's pistol. Well, that was weird. I guess I'm the general now. Let's do it. Lava Baba! Scatter shot! Lava Baba! Scatter shot! Lava Baba! You heroically defeated the sleeping goblins who were guarding their beds. I need to get some needles. I'll have to come back here anyways because I need to bring my binoculars. Whew, I feel like I'm new man again. Or at least the same man with a new leg. That's good. Gonna go drink some milk or something, okay? He waves and skips happily away. Well, that was nice. Oh, he doesn't sell needles? What good are you? Package from Rufus. Advanced Beancraft Volume 1. Ooh, there's a poem scribbled into the margins whose words keep shifting and changing. Gives uncanny presence a perk that provides resistance against elemental damage. Excellent. Passive stuff is always good. Oh, hydrate and stretch. Oh, stretch. Hi, Screnod. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I am sorry if that was late. I thought nobody was here. Water. I hope you're enjoying the West of Loathing. This is probably my third playthrough of it. I really enjoy this game. It's silly and fun and stupid and everything is great. I'm just enjoying myself. Been going 4 hours now, but it's just such a good game. It includes a chapter about making human-sized or larger automatons, and binding them to your will to help you with kitchen tasks. Gives Bean Golem a combat skill which summons a powerful golem to fight for you. I kind of like that one. I'm leaning towards that. I mean, I do love passive perks, but Bean Golem. I think I'm gonna have to go with Bean Golem. Unfortunately, one of your earlier experiments gets a little rowdy and eats the book. Bad Golem. Oh, let's see. Let's see if I can sell you anything, actually. I think I had something that said just sell it. I can't get rid of Deputy Pistol. That's interesting to know. I might be able to get to 10 Moxie with that. I can see if I can get to 10 Moxie. Let's see. Moxie is 4. Let's put on all my Moxie gear. Moxie. Moxie. And now what's my Moxie at? 8 still. So not yet, but getting there. Called a murder pepper because it's really spicy, because it literally has a knife and kills people who ask dumb questions. They grow in the area outside of town. You should be able to find one if you just wander around a while. Yes, actually, this is exactly that. It is made by the exact same people as Kingdom of Loathing, and I highly recommend it. It's on both Steam and Switch, and oh my god, I can't say enough good about this. Also, hi Darvian! Mwah, 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 mwah. This is the best game. It's so much fun. Well, at least I'm pretty, like, 99% sure that's Darvian, since I know you go by that name under another account. I thought so. But yes, this is made by the same people as Kingdom of Loathing, and yeah. Highly recommend this game. Definitely add it to your wish list on Steam. It goes on sale a lot, so just keep an eye out and you should be good. Okay. Let's try the desert house again. Well, actually, let's wander. Come on, let's do it. I have to wander until I find a murder pepper. Oh, there we go. Yep, here it is. Okay, so if you're still looking for something to do, I need someone to go check my mail and ordered a new saute knife, but I haven't got time to go fetch it for myself. Here's the key to the post office. I'm glad you could just stop by, Darwin. I always like to see you, you know? And glad you could rediscover an old friend, so to speak, aka think about the amazing old web game, because it was pretty good. I think it actually does still exist. Torn of junk mail falls out to reveal a knife just sitting loose in the box. Back to the chef. Don't need any more slop. I've already got some. Yep, here you go. Okay, I only need one more favor from you, but it's the most important. I used to have this recipe for a very secret jerk sauce, but my jerk friend Dave J stole it from me, and then he died and took the secret to his grave. Literally, I mean, he was buried with it. You want me to dig up his grave? He's dead. He won't mind. Well, okay. I know where to do that. I can get that from the Dave Yard. Check out my character before I go. I'm currently working on maxing out outfoxing so that I can talk people out of things because it seemed like the thing to do. Let's run up to the Dave Yard really quick. Nah, I'm not gonna go there now. Dave J. Dave J. Dig up the grave. Dig up the grave and pry open the coffin. Instead of a corpse, it contains a garbage bag. Strange. Reach inside. You reach into the garbage bag and surprised to find it's full of pudding? No, it's not just pudding. It's pudding and boiler oil. Who would do this? You finally manage to reach all the way to the bottom of the bag and receive a softening lump from the bottom. You unglob the wad and dry it off, then wash your arm in a nearby ditch. This better be worth it. You got an item, Dave's secret sauce. Also, my new mic, I hope it sounds really good. I hope I have it in the right place and all this stuff. I really need to get a boom for it because it is definitely in the way. Yeah, I got it. Well, let me give you a little something for all your trouble. It fell in the slop, but it's still good. All in a day's work. Let's see what the sloppy chef's hat is like. 3 mysticality? That's... apparently... I mean... since I'm a bean slinger, that's actually a really good hat. Although, I really liked the other one for the armor and muscle it gave me. But, still. Okay. So let's go try and take out the desert at the house. No, crap, I don't have oil. I need something oily before I take them out. Let's go to Fort Cowardice then. I also wish I could figure out where to get foraging. The Big Apple. Let's see if I can figure out where to get foraging, actually. Because I really want that. Okay, so where do I get desert eating and drinking? Ah. Got it. That's gonna be a long time. Okay, so... where did I... Big Apple. Let's go to the Big Apple and see what's going on up there. Talk to it. You are to excusing me? Yes. Oh, yes, hello. What? Hello. The rocks, why are you two shooting them? For practices. The cracks in rocks to shooting for a crack shot. I to seeing. Outfox them. This pistol, where are you getting that? I am making them out of things. To seeing it, can I? Sure. You would inspect the pistol well to get a scrap muzzle and are faintly amazed that it fires. Can I to suggesting? Yes, yes. If you this rust removing, a gutter bend to shooting, I am thinking. I am agreeing, only how to. I could probably cleaning it with magic before money. Sure, okay, I am having that. The only rust removal spell you know is designed for cleaning corroded cookware, but it works well enough. The goblin delighted gives you some meat. Cool. As you reach the center of the clearing, you are simultaneously struck with a profound awe and a terrible stench as you discover the largest rose apple you've ever seen. You can't imagine how this got here. Was it a giant horse? Was it 200 normal-sized horses acting collaboratively? They should have sent a poet. Yeah, they should have. Aha, I know how to fight this. I guess I don't need that equipped. I don't know where I'm digging it to, but, you know. Hooray! I gained some EXP! Okay, let's see what she says. Yeah, I need to get some more moxie. Stripey hiking. Okay. Oh, right! That's right. I have to leave it be because I don't have foraging yet. Oh, do I have any potions that increase my moxie? I do not. You catch something out of the corner of your eye. A horseshoe rolling down the hill towards you. It stops at the edge of the trail and falls over with a small thump. Hey, someone calls out. You look up to see two figures at the top of the hill, about 100. Do you mind bringing it back? We're playing horseshoes. Well, fuck. I can't do that. Well then. Aha, I can do that. Stench resistance, here we come. Oh good, a disgusting old hat. Let's see what the old patrol cap says. +3 pistol attack. Okay, let's re-equip my filthy porcelain cow. Oh look! Handy that, huh? Cryptic note about ley lines. There's also an evil-looking leather-bound tomb. The last thing is a little diary, which you decide to leave in there in case the owner comes back looking for it. But I want to read it. It seems to have been written by one of the necromancer's cultists. He and several others were reanimating the dead soldiers here on the theory that the best undead army would be a literal undead army. The hitch in the plan came that when they raised the officers who decided they weren't going to take orders from a bunch of weirdo civilians. The last entry suggests the author and his cohorts were planning on abandoning their station and reporting back to the necromancer, but the entry ends abruptly in the middle of a sentence. Fascinating. I don't think he's coming back for that. Somebody Spartan who knows a lot about magic. Maybe I'll come back and fight the pit. I just want to go see what's going on next. Mess hall. I really need some needles. Just enough. Actually, can I read it? No. Damn it. Oh, let's go jump in the pit. I forgot. I don't need to summon Bean Golem. I just did it for funsies. $69. Nice. So my particular partner I chose can kill skeletons instantly, Darvian. And so I fight a lot of skeletons because she can also only level from skeletons. Unfortunately, I messed up and stopped keeping track of how many levels she had gained. I think we're at 4 or 5, but she can only gain 8. I was trying to keep track and I failed. And there's no way to check my partner's skill level for some reason. Instant grits. Smelling salts. Oh, that's not bad. Lava Baba. I have a feeling this could be endless. I think I might stop after this one. Can I see what level she is when it's on her? Lava Fava! Okay, Alice. Okay, rank 5. Got that. Need to write that down somewhere. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Because she can level up to 8. Let's walk away for now. Because I have a feeling that could be endless, just... Danger. Spider. Good. That's great. Please don't open this door unless you want to get eaten by a giant spider. Even then, don't open it because the rest of us don't want to get eaten by a spider. It isn't even a sign. You can hardly be expected to take it seriously. You can see the gang on the other side of this big pile of junk, but you're not going to be able to get at them from this end. Maybe if you had more legs, you'd be able to pick your way through it. Aha! Get the giant spider to help me. How do I get the giant spider to help me? Weapons. Oh! That might be what I need to have my Moxie level at the correct level. No, no. Oh no, definitely want to go back in. No! Fudger muffins. Okay. But you hear a horrible skittering noise, followed by a scream, followed by more horrible skittering noises, followed by more screams, followed by some rapping noises, followed by some muffled screams. Then there's more skittering, then silence. Go inside. The poor chef is chained to the wall. Sure. I'm Doug. How you doing? I am Kitty. How you doing, Doug? I'm chained up in the stank cave for weeks cooking for these stripey-hat idiots. That sounds awful. You want to know the worst part? There's a perfectly good oven 8 feet to my right, and a shelf of perfectly good ingredients 8 feet to my left. What's the worst part? This chain is only 4 feet long. Oh, that's rough. I know, right? There I was, fresh out of culinary school with a million meat idea in my head, and now here I am, 4 feet shy of my dreams, cooking the same pot of soup over and over again. What million meat idea? You, promised not to steal idea. Yeah, I promise. Alright, then, it's a new kind of sandwich, or maybe a taco. It's so revolutionary that I'm not quite sure where it fits in the whole hand food taxonomy, to be honest. Anyway, in the middle there's a sausage. But it's sausage made from the cheapest possible parts of a pig, ground up so finely you can't identify them anymore. And it's served in a long split roll which soaks up the grease so you can't tell how fatty the sausage is. And the best part, the name? Sure. I call it the Hot Doug. What do you think? It's, how about the Hot Kitty instead? Don't be ridiculous, Hot Kitty. What does that even mean? Haha, ridiculous. Hey, there's no meaning to be mean about it. Not that any of this even matters. Even if I did get off this chain, there's no point in hanging around in this empty cave making hot dogs just for myself. I don't even like the taste of them. You could set up shop in dirt water. Brilliant! You're a genius, Kitty. Hot dogs for sale. All day long, every day. I'll make a mint. Say, there's an idea. What if I added mint to the sausage mixture? You help him break his chains. He leaves the cave, hauling the oven to shelf full of ingredients, muttering to himself about new sausage recipes. You stack the cocoons on the back of your horse, except for one, which Alice carries in her medical bag. He was smaller than he looked, and head back to the Dirtwater jail. Turn him in. It's that the Stripy Hat Gang? What happened to him? They had a run-in with a giant spider of justice. Fortunately, the reward is for results rather than explanations. Groovy. Stripy Hat Gang, Zell. Just wanted to say hi. No wanted poster. The Potemkin Gang. For unlicensed civil engineering and flaunting of construction regulations. Last seen in an unregistered settlement north of Dirtwater. Her. Sure. Let's see. Mercantile. Hey, Mercantile. I guess that's all there is to do here. Alright, let's see. Let's try here again. Because I think I can get my Moxie to 10. Go, let's go there now. This tent is a real mess. It looks like it was trampled by a whole herd of cows. There's something odd about it, though. Diagnosis, Doc. Cause of death, hit by a freight train. The only tracks I see are cow tracks, though. Could have been cows, I suppose. There's a leg missing, though. Cows aren't meat eaters. Well, neither are trains. Let's follow the tracks. You follow the cow tracks for 100 yards or so, after which they stop suddenly. There doesn't seem to be anything of interest nearby. Well, darn. Oh yeah! Advanced Beancraft. Let's get some new spells. Ice cold bean-based desserts. Griv's Great Northern Blizzard, a spell which deals cold damage to all of your enemies. Uncanny Presence, a perk that provides resistance against elemental damage. Gives Wary a skill that increases your maximum AP. I'm sure there's a point where hot damage is going to be a problem. But I like maximum AP increase because I am spellcaster. After your words, you narrow your eyes and burn the book. I didn't trust that book. Okay, let's go to my character. Silly walking. Okay, I need 10 Moxie. So let's see what I got. Three Moxie. Three Moxie. One Moxie. Now what do I got? Aha! 11 Moxie. You unleash a torrent of insults that would make a sailor blush, and a sailor's mother ashamed of the sailor. Oh, yep, no, I'm gonna fight him. Whoa, they're quick. $22, $23. I need to take care of him. Importantly, so. Oh. That was dumb. I forgot about my partner. Please. Lava Fava! Fake Popet, Pope's Pelvis. Okay, let's put my stuff back on. I'm doing... Nope, that's Jumpy Chef's hat. St. Beefus's thigh. Filthy Porcelain Cow. St. Cortada's ring. Pew pew! Return skull of St. Cortada. You lack the skull back in its little glass prison. It seems annoyed, but Sister Mary thanks you effusively. Return the finger bone of St. Beefus. You turn the weirdly huge finger bone to its reliquary. St. Mary looks delighted. Return the pelvis. You pop the Pope pelvis back on his Pope pelvis plinth. St. Mary is pleased as punch. You recovered all the relics. Oh, praise be. Thank you. I'm glad to have helped, sister. I must reward you for your efforts, though. We don't have much, but I can give you this old censer. We don't use it anymore because Sister Penelope is allergic to the incense. You got a brass censer with the brass censored, of course. Look, I don't want to tell you what you can and can't say, but let's just call this a shiny gold color metal censer and leave it at that. What is on my offhand right now? So, 3 spell damage or 3 mysticality. I think 3 mysticality. Oh man, that's a hard one. What does each mysticality give me? Is the amount of damage you take from spells. Elemental attacks from bad guys. Okay, spell damage bonus currently 3. Oh, 15. I don't know which one to go. I'm gonna keep this because I need to even out my melee attack. let's go with setting the enemy on fire. That's a good one. So, what's my current things? Potemkin Gang, House and Desert Bandits. So I haven't gotten any oil or anything. I could fix the squeaky gate. I could just fight them. Let's try it. Worst comes to worst, I have to go back to home. Oh, can't dance. Okay, so... yeah. Okay, I think I'm ready to fight them, I guess. Yeah, let's go with you. Lava Fava! I was trying to get the sneaky way in, but I'm like, apparently I couldn't find any oil or anything to fix the gate, so... Lava Fava! Justice been served. Hooray! Oh, that's right, because they go in the... If I can capture them, they go in the thing. Damage 6 to 7, 6 to 8. But this one gives +1 Moxie. I'll do it. Since I rarely fight. Jump in! Well, if it's a pothole, it must have been here a very long time because you found the remains of an antique traffic accident. Burial whiskey, handful of old coins, and an old wedding ring. Good job. Hot dog. Howdy, Doug. Well, if it isn't my savior, good old kitty, howdy yourself. The sign outside. Yeah, I had to change the name. I tried to follow a trademark, and it turns out there's already something called a hot dog. What is it? Trust me, you don't want to know. I wish I didn't know. Anyway, a single letter removed, and I'm in business. Buy something. Let's go investigate this mine. Though I can't do much, I don't think, until I... Find a crate of supplies bound for a nearby army fort. Looks like it fell off the wagon. Or the driver fell off the wagon and was too drunk to strap it down. In any case, it looks like I got knocked open by the fall. Let's see what's inside. You fish through the crate and help yourself to its military contents. It's like, not like those army cowards have any use for it. Back to east in their coward hidey holes. Chemical bullet. Military grade whiskey. Silver bullet. Oh, hey, what's this? You got an artillery saber. Well, sorry, let's look at my new artillery saber. This saber... This army, in its infinite wisdom, decided that every soldier needed a sword, even the ones who were only good at using guns. Plus 6 attack pistol damage. No, I think I'll keep my Beefus' thigh, thanks, but, it's an exposed meat vein. Too bad I don't have a pickaxe. You have no idea what anybody does. Ask Alice to explain it to you. Nope. Well, okay then. Let's fight it! It's never gonna survive long enough to do it, to be able to attack, but let's go. Lava Baba! Oh, I should probably go to bed. It's 5 a.m. I definitely should go to bed. Okay then. Cold snake skin. Hooray! One of my dogs crying at me. I need to come back here when I have a pickaxe. Pull it out. Pull it out! Yes, I hear y'all thinking this would be good if I had that cold damage spell, but yet I have extra AP. Oh, that would have been handy. Yeah, pickaxe! Woohoo! Mine it! I'm glad I came here. Oh, good to know, so those rocks aren't mineable. Okay, pickaxe provides the option mine. Go to the pumpkin. Go check it out now, dude. I love how it's like past the place I was going. Another needle. Yeah. Kick it open. Lasso, ranch dressing, and lock. I don't need a lock right now, but good to know. Ah, okay. Hey, like, howdy, I'm selling herbal remedies. Care to buy? What kind of herbal remedies? The kind that are gifted to us by Gaia without interference by human hands. So, weeds? That's a derogatory term created by the men, but yeah, basically. Fine, I'll buy one. It's only 15 meat. Hey, Groovy, thanks. Okay, what does it do? Doesn't do anything. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it just because. Howdy. Hey, howdy, man. What's happening? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Well, not much, man. We moved in on this little patch of land to grow crops, but we decided it's more natural to just let Gaia grow whatever she wants, right? I bet that's a lot easier, too. Haha, right on, man. Where'd you get the hat? Oh, this? A friend of mine made it, man. I forget which one. What do you take for it? Well, I've been thinking of trying a new style, man. Maybe like one of those hats the army guys used to wear back in the day, like kind of as a ironic statement, man. There's an old fort over yonder that way. I'll swap you if you can find one of those, man. Like this one, you mean? Nice, man. Butter is like commerce, man, except natural. Can you dig it? Yeah, groovy. Let's see what my strange head sack does. +4 muscle. I would have guessed it was a physicality hat, but, you know, game surprises me. I'm Louis. Louis Lathrop. Why the long face, Louis? Aw, geez, basically because I'm stuck here farming with a couple of dummies who don't know how to farm a damn thing, so they just let them weeds grow and call it natural. I'm so sick of eating dandelions I can scream. Why don't you leave? I haven't gotten any meat or any other prospects or anywhere to go. I mean, dandelions are terrible, but they're better than eating dirt. This is such a mess. How'd you get into this predicament? I headed west after graduating baking school and fell in love with these two because they talked a big game about natural grains. Fool that I was, I didn't realize all they were really interested to do was getting silly on loco weed and not doing any actual work. So you're looking for work? Gosh, yes, desperately. The only trade I know is baking, though. Do you know somewhere that's hiring a baker? Heck, even unpaid would be better than this if it comes with room and board. I just want to get out of here. I don't, sorry. Shucks, well, if you hear anything, please let me know. Will do. Manure garden. I can't do anything because I can't forage. While this is unusual, in this wooded area, out in the middle of nowhere, a goblin has constructed a little lean-to with a rough wooden counter. It looks like something a kid would sell lemonade out of, except instead of lemonade, they've got a display of shiny bits of jewelry. Hello! Many hello to you, good human. Are you two having interest in a fine example of goblin jewelry craft? Talk to it. You look over to the display of jewelry, which in usual goblin fashion is cobbled together from bits of scavenged materials. They're shiny materials, though, and charming in an outsider art kind of way. Did you yourself these to making? Oh no, mine skill is to selling only. These I am buying from goblin artisans, and the savings is passing along to you, a customer. Examine the merchandise. On closer inspection, most of the jewelry on offer is rubbish, but you do spot a few rings that are rather nice looking. The goblin notices your interest. Rings are 100 meat for buying. I hope I bought the right ring. Oh, yes. I think it's better than my current ring. Yeah, because it gives me so much more mysticality. A bar. No entry. Real jail. Oh, totally. Visiting hours are over. Non-fake horse sales. Well, it's my belt buckle. Pumpkin. Okay. Take him to jail. Well, then. Oh, boy. Oh, okay. So only one hat band. But that's fine. A loud thunk noise draws your attention, and you follow the sound to a man in a once white apron who is butchering a bighorn sheep or some other large desert animal with an oversized and heavy-looking meat cleaver. As he's hauling the implement up onto his shoulders for another blow, he catches sight of you and hisses with a wild look in his eyes. "Who's there? Don't test me, girl. I'll chop you up like the goat or whatever it is." Test him, help him out with his cleaving technique, cower, or give him some pointers. Let's help him out with his cleaving. Easy there, you're a butcher, right? Do you know chef magic? Oh, you're a bean slinger. I know a couple of little things. I haven't never studied it for real. I might be able to teach you a little telekinesis. Should help you handle that cleaver more easily. What's it? You spent some time teaching the butcher how to manipulate objects with his mind, at least well enough to make his cleaver seem a little lighter and less unwieldy. He gives you some of his animal carcass as payment. Nice! Walk into the millinery and find bandits wandering around with a vial of half-made hats. It's the lull! Skedaddle! The bandits scatter like cockroaches, each shutting themselves behind a different door. Guess you'll have to wrangle them individually. This was apparently the demo model from a player piano showroom. It's only got 3 songs in it. They're all children's songs, versions of traditional songs that are in the recently invented public domain, and they're all set up to play with just a few seconds on loop. The people who worked here must have hated it. The yellow rose of public domain, my old public domain home, or public domain Joe. Pick the lock. Jacuzzi! Jacuzzi! Aha, I see you. There's got to be something different about one of these hats that I'm not seeing. Oh, there you go. Oh, can't do anything, so I wasted a needle for nothing. Deal with them. Turn them in. Alright. It's 5:30 a.m. This empty cell is all ghostly. That was where those guys were supposed to go. That I couldn't wait for, apparently. Okay. So... Yep. Let's go get the last bandits, and then I'll go to bed. I'm not going to give up, that's for sure. Being Golem! Odorgeist. Victory! Press any key. You destroyed an intelligent belch. The whole world owes you for your efforts today. Got a bit of ectoplasm. Hagen United Pickle Factory? Ouch. Oh no, you're late for your shift. Mrs. Flass is gonna be so mad. She might literally bite your head off. Okay, well, not literally, probably. You clock in and hurriedly put on your bright green coveralls. Mr. Flass, as predicted, is furious. Late again? You better stop taking this job for granted. You think you're gonna find a place with a nice dormitory and reasonably priced company stores somewhere else like ours? With your skills? Ha! You're doing 3 shifts today, Buster. Get to work, you're on pickle hopper duty. Pickle hopper duty runs you ragged like always. Keeping the hoppers filled to a constant flow down the chutes means you're constantly at a near sprint because you have to manage the cuke chutes to keep the levels equal. If you get uneven pickle levels, Mrs. Flass knows. Nobody knows how she knows, but she knows. A whack from her cane is the minimum you'll get. Damn it, damn it, damn it. At the end of the first 6-hour shift, you get a brief break. You cram a stale cheese sandwich into your mouth while Mrs. Lass glares at her pocket watch, counting down 3 minutes to the second. Breaks over, second shift. You, get over to the salt tank, now. Oh god. Managing the salt tank isn't as strenuous as the pickle hoppers, but it's still a never-ending tension. The brine concentration has to be constantly monitored and kept at a specific measurement, which means constant adjustments. Meanwhile, you can feel yourself desiccating from the haze of salt dust that fills the room. If anything in this place kills you, it's probably going to be salt tank duty. White lung is nasty business. Cough. Cough on your own time and get that salinity back to normal. It's supposed to be 967 parts per thousand. How hard is that to remember? 976. Please let me out of here. You get another 180-second break from third shift. You spend most of it drinking water. The company doesn't charge for water, but you've heard a rumor they're considering. Break's over. Get to the boiler. Oh no, please let me out. Boiler duty means shoveling coal into a furnace that runs a giant tank of boiling vinegar. It stings in here. You've tried to work with your eyes closed, but Mrs. Vlass screams if you drop any coal on the floor, or if you let the temperature get too low, or too high, or just for no particular reason. At least you're used to the smell of boiling vinegar. In fact, you can't smell anything anymore. Let me out, please let me out. 190 degrees, idiots. We're not 189. 190. Not 191. What do you think we pay you for? You don't really miss your sense of smell, or not coughing all the time. You don't really want anything anymore, except to die. With a gasp, you finally snap out of the horrible hallucination or possession, or whatever the hell that was. Geez, you can still feel the sting of vinegar vapor in your eye. Enter the pickle factory. Don't pull it. God, I can't sleep until it's right. You doing all right there, partner? Can't sleep, yikes. Oh no. I know they all need to be level. $200, so I need to let... Oh, fudger muffins. $190. Okay, so everything's good except for the cukes. I can't figure out how to do the cukes. I cheated for this one. Because I couldn't figure it out. All that work for 3 pickles? No wonder this place went out of business. The ghost from the cucumber room drifts through the door, gives you a grateful look, then clatters to the floor as it is replaced with a pile of bones. You got an item, pile of bones and cucumbers. The ghost from the salt room drifts through the door, gives you a grateful look, then collapses into a pile of remains. You got an item, salt-crusted skull. The ghost from the vinegar room drifts through the door, gives you a grateful look, then vanishes in a puff of bones. Vinegar-soaked bones. Yup. Alright, this is the last gang. Probably gonna go to sleep after this. The only gang I didn't manage to capture alive was the first one. Now I want some gherkins. You've really cleaned out the area. I'm plumb out of bounties for you. Does that mean I get to be sheriff? No, but I guess you could be a marshal if you want. Oh, what a coincidence. That's my middle name. Well, thanks again for all your help, Marshal. No problem. Cool. I guess. Ghost pickle. Alright, so yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night. I asked the jailhouse, I'm done already. Partner, what do we got? Any side quests going on? Have I investigated, as far as I can find, all of the ones but the circus? I think I could actually go back to the circus now. There's also the humming cave and stuff to visit, but for now... Alright, guys. This has been great. Probably gonna go back to playing this game again. Anybody who's still here, love y'all, and good night.